Oh, yeah. Ooh. Are you ready? Let's go. It's puzzle time, bitches. Oh, shit. Get your brain switched on. Penis time. It's always penis time. Oh, you know it. Don't you know it?
Penis time? Penis time? It's rainbow time, my neighbor.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick!
Friends to know.
My neighbor. You might have another window open there, Wax. You might have two windows open. That happens sometimes. Yeah, two tabs, two windows. Happens to the best of us, if that's the case. Aha, there it is. There it is. All right. Suppose I'll get on camera here. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel the Third, and yeah, it's time for some Dimhaven, the Lost Source. We're going to continue where we left off. We have about, looks like 1.7 hours into it. We've gotten to the second land or whatever, so to speak, and we're ready to puzzle it out today. I know I am. I hope you are. We want Digimon. Thanks, Santos. Thanks, everybody. You want Digimon? Great. The thing I have planned today is disappointing to you. Great. That's fucking awesome. The thing I want to play is not what you want to see, so I'm sorry. I apologize. We didn't even get Mega Titymon. That is a 50-hour fucking game that I'm not going to finish, guys. For fuck's sake. I liked it. Also, I didn't love it. I liked it. Sheesh. I'm already having a bad day. Had some fucking terrible news about my house that I'm trying to sell. Might have to repair the roof and the structure. Structure might have to what's holding the house up might need repairs. The foundation, yeah. Not the foundation, so to speak, but the extra supports. You know, the foundation is fine, I think, but there's like supports that are in the basement that support like the actual wood. We'll see. We'll see. Waiting to hear back about that. So that started my day off pretty fucking stressful. Yeah, the I-beams, the wood, yeah. We just gotta get someone in there to inspect it and say it's good. You know, but the roof might need repairing or replacing, so yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I know. I know, Scott. Thanks. No, they're going to have their inspection shit tomorrow. And I mean, the worst that can happen is the people who bid on our home, who want to buy it, they back out. The worst that can happen is they back out and we have to, you know, go from there. But that's why I wasn't like super optimistic yet about selling the house, even though we got an offer on it. I wasn't super optimistic that we'd sell it right away because, you know, this shit happens, man. This shit happens when you're selling a house. I find something wrong with it, and then that's it. All I really want to do is be like, hey, can we, like, we'll knock some off the selling price. Just fucking, like, so we can get the deal done. I'll buy it for 350 buckaroos. Yeah. No, buying and selling a house is super stressful. Yeah, it is. It really is. Okay, Scott. I'll get a hold of you later, if need be. But yeah, that's what's on my mind right now. That's why if I'm a little bit distracted, that's why. Because their inspection happens tomorrow, and they have, you know, there's an objection period where they go like, well, this are all things that we want done, or like negotiations, like maybe we can work something out with the asking price, or, you know, that kind of shit. And we'll see where it goes. But after tomorrow, that's their day to get their inspections in. Yeah, you have to make financial concessions or fix that shit. I always opt for financial concessions. That's what I'm hoping the agreement we can come to. I'm really hoping that's the case. Damn Bane's joke of the day. God, I hope it cheers me up. Birthday card I received from my brother. Forget about the past. You can't change it. Forget about the future. You can't predict it. Forget about the present. I didn't get you one. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty good. This is what happens when I shower the night before I stream. And I don't brush it or dry it properly. It just gets all fucking out of, like, curled up. Assisting with closing costs usually works. Well, I hope so. I hope so. That's what I would like to do. Because I'll tell you this, like, I can't afford a new roof or new whatever they need. Like, I'm pretty tapped out at the moment because I just spent a bunch of money getting it painted and carpeted. So, like, I don't know how much a new roof would cost. It's more than I have at the moment. So, we'll see. I mean, yeah, the worst thing that could happen is they back out of the deal. And then we have to wait longer for someone else to buy it. And fix it up maybe in the meantime. Yeah, time for a subathon. The average cost of a new roof going through insurance is 15. I don't think it'll be 15 to 25K because our roof is, for your money. Like, our house is not that big. Appreciate your money. So I don't think it'll be that. I'm betting around 10K. I don't know though, maybe 15. But it's not a big roof if it needs to be replaced. Yeah, that's about it. That's Austin. Yeah. Yep. We don't have a garage. So it shouldn't be too much. I bet the roofers, like, if you got a team of roofers in there, they'd be done, I would say, in 2 days max. I gave Zeke a portfolio with all the stuff that came back from our inspection. I'm, if anything, honest, the structure is something I had paid to get fixed when I lived there. So if it batted me and I got screwed, Yeah, no, I'm not blaming you, Scott. No, this is nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. Oh, chat was blaming you? Yeah, of course. Well, they'll do that. Nothing you can do about that. They'll blame you no matter what.
Zeke loving you.
All right, let me thank some people. Put a roof over my head. Guy Tax, thank you for the 11 months. Kiskaloo with 100 bits, thank you. So you're saying we really need to up our game for the next hit then? Maybe. Hot Spice Poutine, thank you for the 67 months. That is something I wanted to discuss with you guys, though. Like, the if then is supposed to be on July 4th. And I haven't figured out, like, what, because it's Saturday. It's this Saturday. And I don't know, like, if we are going to do something for 4th of July or we're just going to have a regular stream or, yeah. Maybe we do America games, like America-themed games. No, I really wanted to play the Redneck, Real Redneck Simulator again. That game with the guns and stuff. Okay. America game. America games for the 4th. Do games that take place in the UK. Yeah, just do non-American, like strictly non-American games. Why didn't you tell? I tell everybody my wife is cool, Ginkar. I tell her. I tell everybody. I tell her. I tell everybody. My wife is great. Yeah, if you have any America game suggestions,
for your money, though.
put them in my
appreciate
indie
your
game
money.
suggestions tab.
I vote for replays of Trump Loves Waifu and Mr. President. The one where we are the Secret Service agent.
Yeah, the one with the Secret Service agent. Yeah. Yeah, the one who would get down, Mr. President. That AI game with Endless Country Song about burgers and trucks. Yeah, I like that. But we have since changed our tune on AI shit. It's no longer a funny gimmick. It's now a hated implementation of and job taking and yada yada yada. So we can't do that no more, unfortunately. Yeah, if you have any games that you want to see, it doesn't even have to be like necessarily like they don't have to be new games, but if you have any games like that you've seen in the past that you want to see again, suggest them in my indie game suggestions tab. Put them in there. I bet we can make a day of it. But definitely Redneck. What is it called? There, Bang Bang, totally accurate. It's a fucking long name. Bang Bang, totally accurate Redneck Simulator. We'll definitely have that in there. Oh yeah, you can play Metal Wolf Chaos. I don't know, Scott. I really don't know. Really want to see you play a sports game. Can't even imagine you playing Madden or MLB The Show. I don't want to fucking buy those games. God damn it. Yeah, just give me your America game suggestions, and hopefully that'll be enough. I can find some on my own as well, and we'll make a day of it. We'll make an if then day of it. I did buy the disc golf game. I played a little bit of it last night. Disc Golf Masters. And I do just about as well in the game as I do in real life. Actually, no, I do better in the game. And I'm terrible at it. I need to play Blitz the League too. Yeah, I don't have that though. I don't have that. Oh, thanks, Pete. I hope so. I hope that's the case. But nothing more American than Ace Combat. Madden is on Game Pass? No fucking way. I have never played a Madden game. Oh my God. EA Sports Madden NFL 26 is on Game Pass. Holy fucking shit. There's a brief moment where you're playing a lot of Madden. Were you a competitive Madden player? No, it'll be up for voting. It'll be up for voting. Like it'll be just like an indie day, but I'll have all the America games that you guys suggest up for voting as long as I can get them. Game Pass also includes the EA Play subscription. So games that are on there are also on Game Pass. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, they got backyard. Oh, no, they got backyard baseball. What baseball games do they have? Super Mega Baseball 4. Super Mega Baseball? That sounds terrible. Oh, it's an upgrade included in Ultimate. I don't have Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Oh, wait, no, I can do it. Super Mega Baseball 4, there it is. I can just install it right there. So that's one. We'll put Madden, Super Mega Baseball 4. Redneck. Bang bang. I think that's a good idea. I think let's do that. Let's do that. I bet you we could find at least 8 America games that we can play, or America themed games that we can play on Saturday for the If Then. Not sure if we're gonna go anywhere or do anything, but our fucking dogs. I don't know. I don't know if people are gonna light off fireworks in our neighborhood. Yeah, bring back Hulk for it. Yeah. Oh, Broforce. That's super American. Yeah, any Rockstar game is super American, right? They've already started with fireworks here as well. No, oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, yep. No, our neighborhood was awful for fireworks in Denver. Everybody firing them off all over the neighborhood. All right. That's what I wanted to put out in the world. Just give me your America themed games that I can get. And I have a list of, I already have 4, so that are decent. So if you want to get me any more, put them into my indie game suggestions tab for Saturday, and we'll figure it out, I guess. But for now, let's fucking Dimhaven. Let's puzzle it up. Even though I really don't know if I'm smart enough, because I heard the puzzles get really difficult. So I guess we'll find out, won't we? Now, by difficult, do you mean like moon logic, or just like they're really brainy puzzles? Like, do they make sense? Because this is where I left off, right here. I managed to open this up. This shortcut. They make sense, they're just brainy. Okay. And I talked to this guy.
Have you found the fuse box yet? As I mentioned, you can get to it through the dog kennel under the station bridge. Booksy's not there now, and even if he was, he doesn't bite.
I found the fuse box, unfortunately missing some fuses.
I have found the fuse box, but unfortunately it's missing some fuses. I won't be able to do anything with it.
That's too bad then. Anyway, thanks for trying.
Oh, that's it? Okay. I can definitely set my FOV differently. There we go. That's a little fish-eyed. $75. There. How's that? That's a little better, yeah? We can deal with that. Oh yeah, I still don't have a calling card. And there's a part of me that kind of wants to start at the beginning so I can get those photos. That photo list. Yeah, I got this thing. I can't take it. Do you need more BRBs? No, I got some. Oh! Revolt. I was going to say Reloadicon? Did you change your name? And I looked to read it to see if you changed your name. No, Revolticon. My tummy hurts and I want to fight God. Oh, thank you, Revolticon. All right, I fixed your tape player. But you still have to get used to solving problems if you ever want to call yourself an engineer. I left it in the workshop and the door's not going to open itself. The Vosh dial arrived this morning. I don't know. I know you are interested, so check it out. Don't break it. It seems sturdy enough, though. Set the base numbers before dealing with the arrow. Good luck. Jesus Christ. That fucking GIF though. Holy fuck, dude. That's rancid. Okay. Nope, not that. Nope, not Q. Oh. What's the key to bring up photos? No, ours bring up your camera. And there we go. And for photos. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so I did take a picture of this. You know what else I got, by the way? Just in case. I got these. Fears to Fathom. In case this is not something I can do today. So A is working, B is not. Oh, so if I get B working, then I can open that?
Cedar-Omathan High P.
Thank you, Luker. Thank you for the 52 months. One 3.S, 2 3.L. I don't have a key for that yet. Oh, I can't go up that way. Oh, because the thing is missing, right? No, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, I just have one quick question. For whatever I need to solve next, do I have everything I need in this little room, or do I need to keep exploring to find other shit? I do have everything I need in this little room. Okay. Hate to raid and run, but I'm going to pop out for a bit. Try to be back later. All right. Viervolt gone. Take it easy. Thank you. Oh, okay. There's 12S. Okay. L. What's my favorite Monster Energy drink? I like the red one. I can't remember what it's called. Something. It has red in the name, I think. Red neck. I think it might be ultra red or something like that. Red Rocket. Oh, okay. Okay, so wait. Okay, so can I keep a photo up while looking at this or no? Okay, so I'll just draw it, I guess. Oh, hand icon? Hold on. No, 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 no. Stop. Okay. So that's 5. 6, that's 7. 8, 9, 0. 1, 2, 4. 5. That's not 5. That's 5. Oh, 6. Okay. So 50647, maybe? Oops. Oh, and it resets? Fuck you. Oh, while looking at the photo. Ah, there we go. Oh, I can't. Okay. Well, that symbol is 5. So that makes that one 6. That one is 7. So 5, 6, 7. That's right. 8, 9. That's 0. 1, 2, 3. And that's 4. That's 5 again. But I mean, these numbers match up. 5, and then there's, this is 6 in between, and that's 7 right there. One, 2. God damn it, dude. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thanks, Pete. 9, 10, 11.
Head 2. Sorry.
Set base numbers before dealing with the arrow. Oh my god, I get it now. Okay. Okay. So it's right. Down, down, down. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Left. Up. Right. Right. Up. Right. Down, down. Left. Down, down, down. Right. Up, up. Right. Oh, come on, dude. Did I miss a down? Okay. Okay. Set the base numbers. Okay. Yeah. So the first number is right. And then it's down, down, down. 2, 3. And then right once. And then up, 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 up. And then, because we're right here, and we go left once. We go up once. We go right twice. Up once. Go right once. We're right here. And then we go down, down.
My dick's so shitty.
Left.
My dick's so
Right
shitty
there.
from
Down,
your
down,
ass.
down.
Oh, oh.
And we go right, and then up, up, up. 1, 2, yeah. Oh, come on, dude. Thank you, Nick, for the 800 bits.
I am the worst player and a giant.
Zero chance, Prince Ali.
giant-
I'm never going back to fucking Digimon, so just let it go. Everybody, just fucking let it go. God damn it. Oh my god. I have to set the fucking things. I have to set. Oh shit. 50647. I gotta set that first. That's what I'm doing wrong. Okay. 5, 0, 6, 4, 7. Nah, I gotta set the base number. All of the base numbers, not just the right and left. All of the base numbers first. Okay. All right. So we go right once. We go down 3 times. 1, 2, 3. We go right once. Then we go up. We go up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we go left once. Up once. Right twice. Up once. Right again. Down twice. Left once. Down 1, 2, 3. Right once. and then up twice. Get the fuck, let's go. Gotta set all the base numbers first.
Hi, my name is Carnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
Oh, put away. There we go. How many of these can I open? Those are all locked. Okay. Okay. Just keep looking. Maybe something will reveal itself. Two converters can't be next to each other. 1.3.S can't have other converters in its converter row or column. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's one. Look at that. That is a CMP 23L. Miles, I know you two aren't exactly best buddies, and it's fine by me, but Lars is a good friend of mine, so next time if he asks you to check on the hotel's fuse box, please just do me a favor and set the damn thing up for him, okay? Very important, the cable only has to be plugged. Like, oh, very important, the cable has to be plugged.
Very important, huh?
Thanks. Okay, nothing in there. Okay, nothing in those two drawers. Volta Crest, new energy company on Dimhaven. More hallucination cases. Are we in danger? 100-year-old Kishvar pastry shop closes. Oh my god, look at that. Middle mouse button to zoom in. Oh, you mean on like... Yeah.
This definitely counts as stealing. I'll bring it back. I
will.
promise.
I'll bring it back. 1.3S 2 to 3L. Can't have other converters in its converters row or column. And then 2.3L. Whole row of its converter has to be powered. Damn it, damn it. I need to know. I have the... There you go. I have 2-3.L. And I have 1-2.S. S. Those are the two I have, right? I don't have 2.2L, do I? Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh, that's the thing we're looking for. That's the converter or whatever. Okay. No, I don't have that one because that one's on the end. I have the one that's, yeah, this one. But I don't have the 1-2S. I have the other one. I have the one... Oh, I do. Wait, it is 1-2S. It's the same thing. Okay, so 1.3S... Oh, no. The one I have is 2-3L. Whole row of its converter has to be powered. Okay. And then 1-2. Converter has to be centered in 2x2 grid. No. Okay. Yeesh. Okay, so the ones that I have the 1-3S and the 2-3L. Okay, so yes, that confirms that. Okay. I don't have the 1-2, I have the 1-3, which is not pictured on any of these fucking pictures, which pisses me off. Okay, so let's just go where we...
Really?
Really? So I opened a new thing. And I can't get out. Is that right? I opened a new thing and I can't get out? I have to do more shit. There's only one floor I can go to. Well, I need more. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. No, let me. Oh, you fucker. I see there's something back there. Oh, oh. Aha. Oh, yeah. Well, that's certainly a pain in the ass. Yeah, need a gear. A cog.
I'm missing.
Okay. Without Zeke as lucky charm, England is losing to DR Congo. No! They're pixelated. That's it. I think it's a design choice. Oh, shit. Oh, don't give me a whole other room when I'm not even done with that one room, you fucking buttholes. How do I make the tape player go? Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, you gotta click on the tape. The engineer's key.
Great.
All right, let's start at the beginning.
Kalman Bosch was an architect, inventor, and industrial revolutionary who whose vision also reshaped Dimhaven's landscape. In his life, Vosh was a rather controversial person, but undoubtedly a genius of his time. Charismatic and outspoken, loved by many, questioned by others, but never ignored. He left behind a legacy that feels both intimate and monumental. He remains a mysterious figure to this very day. Carmen Vosh was born in 1821 to a modest family in Vargas, where his father worked as a toy maker. He was a lively and mischievous child who showed a deep fascination and born talent for his father's work, often crafting toys that were more baffling and intricate than playful. As a young man, he studied engineering at the University of Judengrad, where his precision and creativity flourished, laying the foundation for his later financial success.
I wonder if this is going to be on the test.
His fascination with space, structure, and atmosphere soon led him toward architecture. Later in life, rather than leaving engineering behind, he fused the two disciplines. In addition to building the landmark lifting bridge of Vargas, Vosh designed the first ever underground railway line that still operates in Judengrad. Despite revolutionizing infrastructure, the toy maker's son never stopped crafting surprises. He simply built them larger into the very framework of his architecture. Most of Vosh's buildings feature hidden mechanisms and secret pathways. In 1865, the death of his close friend and colleague Oscar Ravenstone marked a turning point in his life. News printed that Ravenstone perished in an accident while assisting in one of Vosh's experimental research projects. However, the exact circumstances remain unclear to this day. Those who knew Vosh claimed he became a smaller man after the incident. He withdrew from science almost entirely.
Okay. Sorry to do this, but I gotta pee. So you're gonna have to look at the BRB screens. Thank you, Dixon Cox, with 6 years and a month. I appreciate you. All right, I will be right back. Give me a break. Give me a break. Yeah, give me a break. I'll be right back. You know what I mean.
I heard there were prizes.
Wow, that outro was quiet. I came back to silence. Sheesh. Okay. Back to it. Let's see where we are. Alright, we already did that one.
Beyond his work as an inventor and architect, Vosh maintained a lifelong fascination with Dimhaven and the ancient Velati civilization. Over the years, he gathered a vast collection of ancient artifacts and relics.
Origin of the gods. Dimming, the Velati referred to the solar eclipse as the dimming, occurring every 48 years on Dimhaven. In the era of darkness, the people feared the dimming. They suffered from waking dreams, embarked to follow their visions to its source. In search of a curse, they found truth and light within the darkness. They returned bearing wisdom and light, and they taught the people not to fear the dimming, but to embrace it. For within the darkness spoke the gods of light. Great prosperity followed, and the people flourished. Thus began the era of light. I don't know. Do I need this? Listen. Might as well. Oh, I didn't do this one.
By old age, Vosh had become obsessively private and secretive. There is a
Oh,
persistent
fuck, they're
rumor
fucking numbered.
about
I'm gonna have to
a
know
sealed
these
capsule
goddamn
he
numbers, aren't
created, set to open exactly a century after its sealing. No one knows what lies inside or why he made it in the first place. It is said to unlock in 1982. His descendants have not confirmed nor denied the capsule's existence. At the age of 60, he withdrew from public life entirely, retreating into isolation for the remainder of his years.
Well, I have that key now. Yeah. Is it to that door, though? Or to that mechanism? I don't know. Yeti Elder, thank you for 154 months. Oh, that's gonna get annoying. Oh my god, but not as annoying as this, I'm sure. If I have to keep doing this bullshit. No, god damn it. Okay. maybe it has to be the other way. Oh, no, not you. You. Oh, no. No. No, let me look. Let me just keep it there for a second. Okay, so the fourth one is wrong. Okay. Oh, there we go. Got it. Karagard. Thank you very much for the 20 months. There you go. Just open the gates. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Perfect. So I don't do the fucking that thing no more. For me, it was the breweries. What do I miss about Colorado? I guess that I knew where everything was. Like, I don't know where everything is here yet. And I mean the weather, obviously. I think that'd be the biggest one for me, the weather. I like dry rather than humid. Where's Scott on the list? Who's Scott? What the fuck you talking about? Oh, and now I should be able to go up. Then the gate will be open, right? Yes, the gate will be open. Zeke is agent. I'll be impressed if he's still kicking in 20. Hey now. This fucking drawing of a rabbit is fucking with me.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats and all eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Oh no, I want to leave those in so the elevators work. Wait a minute, what? Did that do something? Oh, fuck me. Why did everything shut down? Oh, is that one is fucking with it, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. Okay. That one made everything shitty. Right, because it violated the clause. Okay. The 1.3 rules. Right. I'm sure there's a secret Filthy Rich Daddy and Shadow sponsor, Zeke. For what? Oh, for my immortality? Yeah, no. The rabbit looks a lot like Dutch mascot called Koos Koningen. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not reading that. I'm not getting that part. Yeah, I was trying to read Dutch. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep. Cold Age adding a new soundbite. What do we got here? Let's get oh, looks like yeah, baby. It's gone. Yeah, baby, you're gone. Goodbye, baby. And this place we're gonna put this 11 seconds, dude. No, 11 seconds is way too long. Cold Age, come on. I can't do 11. I said it says 5 on the fucking thing. There. That's what you get. You get 5 seconds, and this is it.
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the Trump bills. Digimon, Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the Trump bills.
Are the truck bills? What is he even saying? Digimon, digital monsters are the truck bills? Doesn't matter. No, it really doesn't. Oh, are the champions? Is that what he's saying?
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the Trump bills.
Are the champions? Wow. Jeez, okay. All right, Digimon. C3 Digimon. If you wanna play it, that's where it is. C3. Okay, there we go. Okay, so my okay, what I'm guessing this is 1.1S. The one I just got, this guy right here, is a 1.1S. And it says needs one more converter in its row, one more in its column. So this and this, like, would have to match up. Like, this would work because there's one in its row and one in its column and one in its row. But I have to complete a row with this guy for the, or complete a row. I don't know what it means when it says it has to be, a converter has to be center 2x2 grid. Because this works. And it says this has to be the center of a 2x2 grid. But it works though.
You're a cunt.
Digimon. Digital monsters. Digimon are the champions. Challenge into digital champions to save the digital world.
This is a 1.2S or 1-2S, right? It has to be. Or else these wouldn't light up. Or it's a 1-3S. 1-3S. That's, oh, I got a different thing. I'm mixing them up again. 1-3S can't have other converters in its converter row or column. Okay. And then the whole row of its converter has to be powered. So I see why this works now. However, in order for the 1.1S, needs one more converter in its row and one more in its column. So I can't, this cancels out this one. Can't have other converters, needs one more converter. So I'm missing, I need more, because this one won't work with this. So I need to, there's different shit I need to do then. two converters can't be next to each other. That's the first rule. Okay, this is what I'm reading. 1-3S is what we have. Can't have other converters in its converters row or column. So it has to be blank of converters, like, you know, horizontal and vertically. But this one, the 1.1S, the one we have, I think, needs one more converter in its row, one more in its column. So it has to meet two of them. So I can't complete it with the 1-3S because it can't have other ones. So I have to find other converters. Or other, yeah, whatever they're called. Other comps. Okay, so the mysteries that we have right now are the gear up top for B, the cog. We need more of these, the converters. We need to, I fucking have no idea where to start with this shit. 3. And then 1.2.4. I don't know why that's 1.2.4. I mean, the only thing I can think of is 1, 2, and 4 separated by this thing. But this would be, like, I don't understand where the X is coming in here. The 3. And then there's 3 and 3.4 point. I'm not understanding that yet. You should get Ko on a Discord call to help you. Yeah, I should. You're right. Oh, there's a key. Oh, fuck me. I didn't even realize there was a key there. Okay. Oh, I didn't even have to fucking, like, rearrange it, huh? Okay. Oh, that's all that did is open up this. It just opened up a shortcut back to the... Yuck. And he's not going to help me anymore, huh? Not that he helped me at all in the first place. Okay. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, I don't have anything in my inventory that's gonna help me. Workshop cabinet, cable car engine system, remote operation. I feel like I need more converters or whatever, and I don't have any. Did you try to convert these nuts? Oh my god, is there one in there? Okay. Yes, there's a fuse box labeled B. It's right here. But I can't get into it. Because I need to fire it up. I need the cog to put in there. Low Guns, thank you for the 16 months.
Thank you for stream Seek Love.
No, and I didn't find much of anything. I didn't find anything up here. Maybe. No. Damn it, goody. Yeah, that is a ladder, but the ladder led up right here. That's where the ladder leads. I just opened up a shortcut for it. However, since the elevator is... No, wait a minute. Oh, I tried to get through there with... Oh, fucking hell. I thought there might be something on top of the elevator. And I could see the top of the elevator if the elevator is down and I'm on this floor. Like if this went down. If I could trigger it and then move through. Thank you for the bits there, Goody. I do appreciate it. Yeah, this is where I originally came in from. No, I'm looking for the next. I don't know what puzzle to solve next. If I have all the information for the next thing I'm supposed to do or not. I'm looking around for actual like physical items like the cog or another one of these converter things because I don't think with what I have that the converter will work. Or that anything I have will work. I mean, I could just ask you guys, like, am I missing a piece at this moment to progress? I am. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, so you won't let me go through there. Now, is there a way that I can get upstairs while the elevator is on floor 0? I don't think so. I am looking for a cock. No, a cog. Totally different thing.
Kalman Vosch was an architect, inventor, and Kalman Vosch was born in 1821. His fascination in 1865, the death of his close friend. By old age, Vosch had become obsessively private and secretive. Beyond his work as an inventor and architect, Vosch maintained a lifelong fascination with Dimhaven and the ancient Velati civilization.
Well, you have to be sure, man.
He gathered a vast collection of ancient artifacts and relics.
Wait a minute. Can I call the elevator from this? No. No, no, no. Down, down, down. Oh, my fucking God. Go down. Go back down, son of a bitch. So it looks like there were stairs, or was a ladder leading up there. Ah, shit. Oh, that's a fuck up right there. Look at that. I didn't even notice that. That's not supposed to look like that, I'm guessing. I want to see if there's something on top of this elevator, because I think I can, yeah, I can climb down from up there. How do I get up on top there? No, I can't get back to the ladder now because the ladder is this way. It's behind this wall. It's right here. Oh, wait a fucking minute.
Rough landing. What are you doing here, kid?
I got it.
Oh, just a scratch.
I got
What
it.
are you doing here?
Smoking, listening to the birds. So?
I'm looking for someone.
Well, there's barely anyone left on this island worth looking for. If you're after a local, you'll find them in Kishvar.
It's a strange way to talk about people.
Strange places attract strange people who talk strange. So who is it?
He's called Zach Ravenstone. He's missing.
Ravenstone? Missing?
Ravenstone.
I don't know anything about anyone missing. But if someone is missing, that means this place is dangerous.
Why is his eyes red?
Especially for someone traveling alone. You should be careful. I suggest you get a room in the hotel. Wait for the next ship. Start writing a book or something.
Thanks for the great suggestion.
Stop sniffing around. You could get into trouble.
Stop being cryptic. Just tell me what you know.
Stop being cryptic. Just tell me what you know.
Knowing less is safer here. Have a good day.
Good day. I'm taking your car and I'm getting the fuck out of here. Let's go. Steal the car. Steal the car. God damn it. Okay. Well, yeah, that weird key. I forgot I opened up this spot up here, up top, so I can now climb down to the fucking elevator. Like I was trying to do in the first place, and I just couldn't twig on the idea. There we go. Well, looky there.
Another component.
Isn't that something? But now the elevator won't work, will it? Oh, it does. Oh, I didn't know that. I wonder why the elevator still works. Well, I'll take the elevator down then. Oh, it's for the lamp. Oh, okay. I bet one of them diagrams told me that. So this is a... There you go. A 2-2.L. I still don't have enough though. This needs 5. So what am I missing? I got the 1-1. I'm missing the 1-2.S. Because I got the 1-3, the 2.2-2, and the 2-3. But I'm missing 1-2. And that is this. Oh, on the side of the elevator. No, I need to, yeah, I can. Yeah, okay. What I need to do is, yeah, get up here and then go down the ladder. There we go. Okay, that's what I need to do. Okay. Fuck you. Down. I said down. Drive by, fuck you. Yoink.
Another component.
Yoink. You want some music? Okay.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
There you go, Javi. There's some music. Eat a dick. Okay. One dash 3S. This can't have other converter on its row or column. That's this guy. Yes. 2-3L has to have an entire row powered. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Thank you, Paler.
Epic lyrics.
And then 1-. Oh, 1-2. Wait, no. 2-2L. Is that the one I have? Or 1-2. Yes, 1-2. Oh, I haven't put the other one on yet. And 2-2L is one I have in mind. Nope, I did put it on. Put it somewhere. Oh, there. Oh, it's right there. There we go. Okay. Okay. So now, the only, has to hug 1-2S, which is this guy. Okay, it is in the center of the 2x2 grid. Okay, we got that. That's good. 2-2L has to hug 1-2. Yep. I mean, that's hugging, right? And then this, if I'm not mistaken, this should go here and be fine. Because it'll be in that row and that row. Or, yeah, that's too many though. Nope. What did I fuck up? Okay, so that's fine. Oh, two converters can't be next to each other. Right, okay. Oh, there we go. How about right here? Oh, why not? Okay, there's no two converters next to each other. Right, okay. This is working. Is this not hugging this? Oh, this one is not in the right grid. Okay. The converter has to be in the right grid. No, that's next to each other. And that's, ah, fuck me. Shit. No. No, fuck. Has to be hugging it. Oh, shit, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Which one has to have? Oh, that one has to have the whole row. Okay. Nothing. Nope. Shit. Okay, there's no two converters next to each other. Oh, I ended up doing the same fucking thing. Oh, wait a minute. That's in the, yeah, the center of the 4x4. Oh, this is in the same row. Fuck. This one can't have anything in the same row with it. Fuck! No, then it'll be next to each other. It'll be next to each other. Ah, then it'll be next to each other. Son of a bitch. This little fucking bitch. Yeah, no. God damn, dude. This is tough. Te amo, abuelo? I love your grandfather? Is that what you're saying? Oh, this is the same row. God damn it! This one is the fucking bitch. I mean, no matter where I place it, it's going to cover up 2 squares of the center 4x4. Yeah, that can't be. Okay. No! Oh wait, did that... Hold on, does that work? Oh, it does. Okay. But this guy does not have a column and a row to be in. Can't be next to each other. How about here? But that's not hugging, is it? Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's not hugging. Yeah. And that... Yeah, that completely eliminates this. Yeah, the whole thing. Fuck! This fucking piece of shit is... Little bitch is what it is. Wait a minute. That'll work, won't it? No! Whose law am I violating? Oh, this one doesn't have 4. Now these two are next to each other. But I don't have a place for this guy. This guy needs to be on a row and column. Nope. This fucking dude again. This fucking piece of shit again. Okay, the rules are as such. This capacitor has to be on a row that is complete. So, like, this counts, because there's 4 across. So it has to be on a row that's complete. This fucker has to hug this fucker. And this fucker has to be in the one of the 4 center squares. And the biggest rule is that 2 capacitors cannot be next to each other. Oh, and this fucker, the 3 fucker right here, this capacitor cannot be in a row or column with any other capacitor, blue part. Oh, God, this sucks. Yeah, can't have the 13S, this guy right here, cannot have other converters in its converter row or column. So this guy cannot share a row or a column with any of the other blue parts. The 11S needs 1 more converter in its row, 1 more in its column. So it has to meet this and this. So like, if they weren't next to each other, this would work because it's got one in its row and 1 in its column. God fucking damn it, dude. I know what to do, I just can't do it. Because this guy's just being a real fucking bitch. because this guy needs a row to power it. I'm really close here. I just can't be next to each other. Can't be in this row. Oh my god, the converters can't be next to each other. This is a fucking tough puzzle, man. I think there's only one way to do it, and I'm not seeing it. And nodes cannot be next to each other. Yeah, converter has to be in the 2x2 grid. Okay. Not just anything, the converter itself. This guy has to be in this center square. God, dude. That guy is fucking me up as always. This fucking hog of a bitch. next to each other. Nope, nobody next to each other. I mean, that would work if that counted as hugging, but it doesn't. Yes, I need to use all of them, yes. Seth, thank you for the 113 months. And now I need to put this guy somewhere that won't conflict with the 3x. This fucking guy. Can't hug it like that. So, who's that? Uli Fee. Uli Fee with the 10 months. Thank you, Uli. There has to be one in this one capacitor in its row and column. And that's what's fucking me right now. Because it can't be this guy. And they can't be next to each other. Because if they could be next to each other, that would work fine. can't be next to each other. Okay. So that would work. No. No, this one doesn't have a row. It needs a row, not a column. Yep. Oh, yeah, there's rows that are close to each other. All right, I feel like I'm close here. But I need to connect these two. I need to connect this row to something. Oh, it does have a row. Does that count? No, that doesn't count. No, it needs to... It can't go from here all the way over. It has to go from here all the way over, or the other way around. Same problem. Yeah, I don't have anything in this row. Oh, this is... Ah, fuck! Pete, you got a hint? I'm not seeing it. It's like the fucking, the coffin puzzle. It's there, I just can't see it.
Love watching Zeke think through puzzle smile.
Nice. Maybe I should have been an electrician.
Fucking goddamn. Good lord. Station wrenches.
Missing fuses. No wonder Lars couldn't fix the lights.
Fuses. Okay. No. I have fuses. I have 7. Yeah, jumper cables. Fuck do I do with these? Hook them to my cock. Pat XTX, thank you for the 85 months. And Othalos with 5 gifted subs. Oh, before that, Gator Neo, thank you for the 124 months, man. Othalos with 5 gifted subs too. Blue Python, Maximilian Shade, Sis Glitch Tem, Quaxim, and Lil Brain Skull.
Hail Berserkers!
Thank you so much. Okay. I don't have. I need the gear. I need the cog. I don't have the cog. Don't I need the cog to get B going? I seriously I got fixes for things I don't even know where they go. I have no clue where to even start with this. Oh, do I take the fuses to the guy? Nope. Was there a fuse box? It's been so long. I was stuck on that fucking other thing for so long. Where was the fuse box? Yes, I'm looking behind doors. Past the doghouse. Okay. Oh shit! It's over there! Gonna do this stupid stacking platform bullshit. Yep. There we go. Yeah, see, I need a platform. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Okay. Down, left. Now. And then I don't. The cable has to be plugged. Wait, no, this one has to... Okay, it has to be down. These have to be left. Okay.
Finally.
There we go. Oh, fuck you, stupid ass bullshit. Oh, the fucking thing is open. Look at that. Everything's open. Look at. Oh my god. Come on. I did it, guy. Are
This
you?
is marvelous.
Marvelous.
We have power again.
Yeah.
I managed to fix it.
Thank you, Vincent, for gifting out 2 subs to Greatest Streamer Alive and Elohim. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. I spent hours working on that thing.
Hours working on that thing.
Well, you are a hero. This was an amazing.
Give me
choice.
a cog or something,
Maybe
you
I can
prick.
help with your journey too.
Yes, yes.
I have a tandem bicycle that I'm not using since.
A cog.
Well, doesn't matter. You can have that. Must be quicker than on foot, right?
Oh, and I gotta fix it. Thanks.
Thanks. It would really be very helpful.
Here, take the key. And take care out there, okay?
Thank you.
I'd hate to hear about you going missing too.
All right, bye-bye then. And the bike was right there. There we go. Oh, fuck me. Is that it? Is that all I need? I hope. Yes, sir. Universal greeting, please. You got it.
Bow weep grana weep
Ninny bong?
Bow weep grana weep ninny bong.
Paw weep, grana weep, ninny bong. And now for this guy. Oh, okay. So that one's taken because it's just there's no node there. Okay, okay. I don't know what the fuck I'm even looking at here. Is it trying to tell me that like the blacked out squares are ones I don't use? I don't understand what's happening. This is the key. This is telling me what's going on. I think. 4x4. Yes, there's a time. Coddleweed, it's 15 minutes between... I think it's 15 minutes between sound bites. Oh! Oh my fucking god, it has to go in order? You gotta be kidding me. Oh. So this is what I need. Hoard my 500k points like a weird dragon. Okay. Okay, so I have to figure out what... Like, what order to put him in. What is with this fucking rabbit, though? So, this is the first line of the thing. It's 1,3. So 1,3 means the third one is blacked out. .4 means, I think, means the 4 is also blacked out. Yes, okay, so every comma is the start of a new row. Okay, so 4 is blacked out. And then 2... 1.2.3. And 3 is 3.4. 4 is 2. I fucking don't know if that's right or not. Let me check here. Oh yeah, so 1 is not represented, 2 is not represented, 3 is represented, and 1 and 2 are blacked out. 4, 3, and 4 are blacked out. Okay, yeah, that's exactly right. Okay. Cool. That's black. Nope, that's fuck. Okay. Okay. Nope, that's blacked out. So hold on, A can only go to... Yeah, to these two squares. And this one I can't go to. So it has to go to this one. Now this one can go there, which is blacked out, or there. Or there. Okay. And that can go, okay, that can go there. Nope. That can go there. To that one. That one's good. And then that one's good. That one's blacked out. That one. Oh, now I'm fucked. Yeah, I don't know how to get the last one over here. Yeah, the only one, according to the thing, that needs to be lit up is this guy. The only one left to be lit up is this guy, according to the grid I made. Yeah, four can only go to this and this. So this has to be the last. Okay. So we go from here to here. That's the only one that will connect to the 4x4. Column rope, blah, blah, blah. So we have to, I think we have to start there. Let me go there. 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 Shit. And then there, we need this one. And they gave us more than we need, though. Oh, you would suggest a hard save? Okay, I'll do that now. Wire nights. Okay. Yeah, you can only go to this one. Why do they give us more wires than we need? I guess not more than we need, but... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 nodes that need to be lit up. This, that, and that. There's 7 nodes that need to be lit up. Okay. As it looks now, the only one I have left to light up, as far as my graph goes, is 1, 1. Is that correct? Am I correct in thinking that? No, I'm not. Okay, so I must have my thing wrong then. Okay, so 1, 3, and so on row 1, 3 and 4 are blacked out. On row 2, 1, 2, and 3 are blacked out. On row 3, 3 and 4 are blacked out. On row 4, 2 is blacked out. Is that correct? Okay, so the blacked out ones are the ones that need to be powered then? Ah, okay. So I just had it backwards. Okay. That's all it was. I had it backwards. Okay. I'm one away again.
Sir. Over 9
I gotta
years
get this
working
one.
less than 3.
The only one I'm missing is this guy right here. Yeah, okay. Oh. Figured it out all by myself. Sort of. Cable car and engine system. Mike Goes Bananas with 12. Thank you, Mike Goes Bananas. Also, Euros 2013 with 18 months. Thank you as well. Now hold on. Okay. Remote operation full coverage required. Okay, so I can't do remote operation yet, but I'm guessing this car will take me somewhere.
So this cable car goes almost directly to Oscar's? I guess a mansion on top of the mountain would be a dream place for a solitary
And now the
artist.
really hard puzzles begin, huh?
I remember we had a
I'm
painting
guessing.
from him. We kept it in the attic. It gave me the creeps as a kid. Zach convinced Dad to keep it since it was a family heirloom. I think he saw something in it none of us could.
Okay, I
He
will hard save.
refused
Thank you,
to believe
Magic.
the stories about Oscar going insane. But now that I think about it, Zach always preferred old books and long dead people over living ones. Typical archaeologists.
The story is the same since the beginning. I'm looking for my brother? Right? My brother? Because he disappeared on this island? Uncle. My drunkle.
It's locked.
I still don't have a phone card. Lookout point. Oh, real dull, Daniel. Why settle for a peak when you can see everything from Lookout Mountain? Turbo revving, young punk. I'll straighten you out yet.
Beautiful. A hotel.
The lighthouse.
Doesn't look too safe.
But what really is in this life?
That's where I landed.
Yep. Wasn't expecting a jump scare, but...
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hard save.
I'm alive.
Oops.
I think.
Shit. I'll hard save now.
How long was I out?
Are we good though? I mean, now that I've hard saved, are we fine? Is there a glitch or something? Should I have saved it before the fall? Because I can go back and fucking unfortunately do that puzzle again. If I can remember how to do it. You just can't go back? Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. I'm glad they saved it after you do the puzzle. The auto save, it's nice. No, I do want to go back and look around though. I'm gonna do the puzzle again, just in case.
So this cable car goes almost directly to Oscar's?
So I can't
I
skip
guess
this
a mansion
part.
on top of the mountain would be a dream place for a solitary
Okay.
artist. I remember we had a painting from him.
My uncle is named
Kept
Zach,
telling me
right?
I had
That's
a
who I'm talking about.
Gave me the creeps.
Give
as
me
a
them
kid.
titties. Give me them titties.
Zach
Give me them
convinced Dad to
titties. I want to
keep
see
it
your
since it was
asshole.
a
Give me them
family
titties. Give me
heirloom.
them titties. Give me them
I
titties.
think
I want to
he
see your asshole.
saw something in it none of
Puzzles
us
and
could.
titties.
He refused to believe the stories about Oscar going insane. But now that I think about it, Zach always preferred old books and long dead people over living ones. Typical archaeologists.
That's why you said hard save at the top, because of that fall and you can't go back. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Help me, step uncle. I'm stuck in your puzzle. People of the Eclipse visit Velati Ethnographic Museum in Kishvar and step into the world of humanity's earliest known civilization.
Not gonna open without a key. Doesn't look too safe. That's where I landed.
That's where I landed. Oh, was there?
The hotel.
I guess I went back to
even really
see the poster. And that was it? Yeah. You're right. Not a big deal. I thought there might be more down that way that I didn't see, but yeah. It seems like there's only one way to go. And it's through there. Oh shit!
Okay. I'm alive. I think. How long was I out?
Can't be easy, huh? You're not just gonna let me flip a switch, eh? Oh, nice.
Just moved into the maid's quarters. I'm not gonna live upstairs. Not after what happened to Oscar. It's better to have a separate place I can call home while I work here anyway. Also, the view is very cool.
It is.
Somehow he sounds different.
Zach, my dude.
Is he afraid?
I hate that
His
the
letter was
guy's name
something,
is Zach.
Hearing his voice. As a kid, I used to think he was fearless. Looking back, I guess he was just better at hiding fear than most people.
Zach.
The view is really cool,
God
by
damn
the
it.
way.
God damn it. It is really cool. Zach, my dude, this is a fire risk if I have ever seen one. Steve, the system operates only at 2,500 volts or 4,000 volts. 2,500 volts for Ravenstone, 4,000 for Ravenstones and the Valatin lab. Oh. Okay. I must. Oh yeah, I got Lego Maniac. all throughout elementary school. Zach, he's a Lego maniac. Oh, it's called a Travolta. That's funny. RPMs. Get that fucker going up to 30 RPMs. Oh, 30 is the max. Okay. Sure. Oh, there's several of them. Oh shit, that one's going up to 80. Holy fuck. That one's broken. No, don't close the door, you dipshit. Oh. Okay. It would give me an indicator if it was correct, yes? It would say, like, you got it, or have a green light or something, yeah? Hopefully. It will? Okay, good. Okay. Oops. Okay. I'll read the dials. 10. 50. And that one is mystery. 75. That's what we need. We need 5 middle RPMs. Okay, how close are we? I mean, it looks like the needle is right on top. Oh. I didn't even see this thing. No, I thought it would give me a better indicator. Like, that looks right, but it's still wavering a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, none unless asked. No help unless asked for. Okay. So it looks, I mean, it looks like a keypad to me. No titties out of 10. Well, it's weird to me because there's no center node. Like there's, it seems like there should be something here since there's 9 here and there's only 8 around the circle. But there's no markings on the top node of any of these. Like these are all, the top middle is all blank all the way around. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it. There we go. Okay. I got it. Just match the ones, like, there's only one other one that has one here. There's only one other one that has one here. So on and so forth. I got it. Now, can I plug that in? I don't even know what I did. Oh, okay. I turned on the light. Go me. Because it's so dim outside. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. So it'll open when you have the right code. Okay. There's no... It doesn't even give you a character limit. Nope. Jenny's not home. It wouldn't be that, would it? Oh, fun hashtag 3. So 3, 8, 6. Hashtag 3. 386 hashtag 3. No. Oh, that's what it equals. Yeah, 333 is F. U is 88. Yep, and 66 is N. Okay. So you're saying I gotta do a T9. I mean, if I knew what it was, I could do the T9. If I knew the password. Have you tried password? B roll dice? Sheesh. Not told, god damn it. 3, okay.
Shh, what about Grog? Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
Oh, wait a minute. Star Raven hashtag. Oh my god, there it is. They wouldn't be doing T9 though, would they? Star 7 2 8 3 6. There. Okay, let's try that. And then we'll do the T9 if we need to. 72836. Fuck me. Seven, 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 2 888 RAVE 33 N is 66. Okay. Jesus. That's convoluted. Okay. Star 777 2 888 33 66. Oh, it's not even to get in that fucking door. That's funny.
Zach told me all about this trip. Got bitten by a snake there.
Stephen Thing, them.
Great. Not gonna work.
No knob.
A lab coat? For an archaeologist?
Hey, look, a new tape. Sweet.
Oscar Ravenstone was my great-grandfather. His works intrigued me, even as a kid. Both his art and his research. I did several papers on him and his ruins back at the university. That's how Voltacrest found me. I'm the closest thing they could find to a Velatin expert. Also, as a descendant of Oscar, I was able to give them access to the property. They are secretive. What I know is that I'll be working on cracking Oscar's runes while Voltacrest will be busy building a machine they'll need my runes for. I don't exactly know what they're up to, but hey, I do what I like and they pay well. And I mean really well. Why the hell not?
Voltacrest is building a machine? Here?
Oh,
I thought they were an energy company. Why would they need any runes for a machine?
There's a lot of numbers to call. I don't like it. Yo, Vince giving us up the Sour Kool-Aid Show. Thank you, Vincent.
There are new messages.
Oh, not an ideal birthday party, huh? Sorry it went down like this. Just call him before any one of you does something stupid.
Hey man, I'll be by the shore with the dog after work tomorrow. Come down, have a chat. Might help clear your head a little.
You've gone mad, Ravenstone. I will have the plug pulled tomorrow until you pull down.
He never listened to these. He went missing right after his party.
Hey y'all, I'm turning 40 this May. I know it's been a rough couple years, but I would love to have you over to celebrate and play some cards. Bring what you feel like, but no expensive presents, please. Salty sticks are always appreciated. See you at the Raven's Nest Friday the 13th. 7 p.m. P.S. The back gate will be open. If I'm not near the kitchen to let you in, use the code 26153. Blah. War Stars, the Blue Slope. That one requires a key. Oh. Maybe it doesn't.
I should practice more often.
Yeah. Zach Ravenstone, April 29th, 1984, Zadbox Entertainment. Dear Sir, Madam, and writing report what appears to be a flaw in your title, Jade Hawk. If the player's ship is positioned in the bottom left corner of the screen, the player won't die. I'm curious to know whether this behavior is limited to my particular cartridge or if it's an issue affecting all released copies. Thank you for your time and for an otherwise excellent game. Respectfully, Zach Ravenstone.
Okay. A new Zadbox console? Still gaming, huh?
Insert cartridges and restart. Got it. Okay. You know, I love puzzle games and all, but like when they give you leads on like 40 different puzzles at the same time, you're just like, fuck, which one do I do now? I got a puzzle for you. I got your puzzle right here, pal. Oh, there's a key in there. Okay. The back gate. Oh. If I'm not near the kitchen, so I can, okay. So I can open the kitchen door.
So, this is where he lived. It feels just like his place back home. Even his mattress on the floor.
Hmm. 26153. There we go.
$2 million foreigns?
Damn.
This project pays surprisingly well.
Oh my god, every single one of these opens? Oh, fuck's sake.
What could have happened here?
What's going on? What the fuck happened? I'm trapped. Oh, I got like, I'm in a force field or something. What the fuck, dude? Oh.
Nice.
Okay. Vin's giving sub to Simple Simone.
Interesting. That's it. Nice.
Thesis access note. Title: Linguistic Analysis of Valotonic Frequencies. Author: Oscar Ravenstone. Date: April 20th. 420, dude. 1984. Requester: Charles Bennett. Conditions: stored for record purposes only. Content considered unsuitable for academic citation. Status: thesis not accepted. Property of Udengrad Scientific University. Handled with care.
Interesting.
Raven, I told you clearly to stop until I return. You shouldn't have gone this far this soon. I will be back on the 11th. I have a room booked at the hotel. On a brighter note, thanks for the invitation. I am bringing a bottle of our favorite and the package from the university. I'm not sure how useful it will be for us, though. Also, new company radio phone, extension 84 after the usual. Call me. I want to talk this through. How much did you tell the Waynes exactly? Oh, and we have new tactics with Steve. Get ready for revenge. Hey, look at that.
Game cartridge. Jadehawk? I guess the craze got to him too.
The goddamn Waynes, man.
Ew, that's disgusting.
What? Matilda's wedding.
I'm not opening that. It was probably turned off for months.
Okay. This is what I don't understand. Like, why am I being, like, locked in here? Very strange.
A matchbox from the hotel.
Vince giving me a sub to Corencius. Oh, so I found 10 out of 10. Have I?
Here's my thanks for Dropped Frames monthly sub. You make that show very fun to watch. Smiley face emoji.
Oh, Ice Fur, thank you so much for the 44 months, and I'm glad you like it, dude. Thank you.
A matchbox from the hotel.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm guessing I'm supposed to figure out where everyone's sitting. Oh, okay. That's what I do. I see. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bobby. How you doing? Doing good? Yeah. Doing good. Just had some water. Now, it looks like I'm missing clues, though. Yeah, it looks like I'm missing 2 photographs. Just 10? Okay. But there's 12 placements is my problem.
A matchbox from the hotel.
So Raven and Siegel are on a team, so... And Siegel spent time at the hotel, whoever Siegel is. Oh, and I bet the teams are sitting across from each other, like diagonal. No, this is dealer team. Dealer team is on this side. So apparently I have all I need. And the package from the university. Okay. So Charles is not Wayne, and he's on not Raven. I bet Batmom could solve it. I'm Batman. Yeah, she probably could. She Batman. I'm bringing a bottle of her favorite. Okay. I'm not sure how useful it would be for us, though. Oh, the package from the university. So this is Charles. Charles brought a bottle. Want a small hint? Yeah, sure, Pete. Go ahead. Yeah, I saw the drinkware. Yeah. No, I know. I saw the 2 wine glasses and the 2 whiskey glasses. That would indicate that the teammates are sitting across from each other, but it says the dealer team placard is right here, so this is... It seems like that contradicts that. Yeah, Charles is at the hotel. And he is... Oops. Oh, so is Raven not Ravenstone? That is, he's so Raven though. Don't know. It says I brought a bottle of your favorite. Yeah, bringing a bottle of our favorite. Okay, so if Charles is drinking whiskey, then he brought the whiskey. And then you brought the wine. Or someone did. That's a wine bottle. Okay, that's a wine. Wine gift bag. Wayne. So do I, okay, let me just ask you this. Do I have it correct that the teams are on the same side of the table? Like this is a team and this is a team? Okay. So his letter's weird. It says, "Oh, and we have new tactics with Steve. Get ready for revenge." We have. It's such weird wording. Meaning we, like Matilda and I? Matilda and I against Steve? So that is Matilda. Matilda's wedding to Steve or there we go. Okay.
So, there was a disagreement between Zach and this Charles guy. Is it okay to call someone this late? Nah, I don't care.
There's something surreal about working in the very same place where Kalman Vosh and my great-grandfather once worked. Oscar's research was based on hundreds of sketches he made, and a ton of books about the dimming and the Velati. So tomorrow I'll start reading and cataloging the whole thing. That's roughly 700 books plus the extras. Oh, and I also have a 300,000-year-old 2-ton heavy stone block to play with. Wish me luck.
Oh, okay. So I've opened the connecting room now, and now I have the cartridge to play Space Invaders or whatever the fuck it's called. And if I go in the lower left, if the player's ship is positioned in the bottom left corner of the screen, the player won't die. Yeah, I didn't know why they locked you in that puzzle. That's very weird. I hope there's not clues along the way here that I'm missing out on. The clues were the clues we made along the way. Wasting my points just to say thank you. COVID lockdown, my first baby. Oh, shit. What? What? Hold on, sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay, I wasn't back front. I didn't know they started you out like way forward, or just a little bit forward. COVID lockdown. My first baby now 5. My second baby now 5 weeks, and everything in between. You're awesome and uplift when it's needed. I know you don't need to be told this, but keep being you. Love, a loyal lurker from somewhere 40 miles north of London. Nice, dude. Thank you so much, Truss. I appreciate it. I do need to be told that though. Like I like hearing nice things. It's very nice. Oh, I went back to level 1. Fuck me. And there you go. Vincent has gifted a sub to Trust 166. Your nose hairs are a nice length. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to do the same thing. There we go. Okay. Wait, I'm at level 1 again. I'm still on level 1. There is only one level? What's the point of this? Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Well,
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna come back when I know what that's pertaining to. Oh, there we go. Solved it already. Get the box now. Okay, so it's gonna give me 4 numbers. All right. So those squares, the squares with a circle in them, these guys, and then the square with the X on them. Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Oh, okay. Yes, I am counting. I don't want to do it again, but I have to. I don't know if I'm right, but probably not. Probably not. Oh, I did. Who was that? Leia with 58, Dr. Akek with 127 before that. Thank you so much, you two. Appreciate it. Hold on. It was a door I opened that I didn't. Oh, this door right here. Oh. Okay.
That was really cool.
I just have to live, right? I don't have to. God damn it. Fuck. Man, I gotta say, Trust, you set Scott up pretty good for that one. God fucking damn it. Oh my fucking God. Dude, fuck this. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. That's not what I'm here for, god damn it. I didn't even get the first achievement anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, fuck off. I can't even get in this door. Great. Wasting my point just to say thank you. Hantavirus, house arrest, my first baby now 55, my second baby now 300 weeks, and everything in between. You're allowed an uplift is not uplift when it's not needed. I know you need to be told this. You are mortal. Love, a loyal lurker from somewhere under your floorboards. That was good. That was a good scout. So I use that key to open this thing, to open up a shortcut up here. For why? I don't know. But I'll tell you. Oh, I know why. Oh, can I even? Yes, I can. Yeah, there we go. fucking hell. Charles Bennett from Dr. Liam Newson.
Project Lost Source.
Subject, Project Lost Source. I'm pleased to report that the final calibration tests were completed successfully this morning. The project's success now depends on Mr. Ravenstone's work. The engineering team will depart next week. The facility and all associated equipment will remain under Volta Crest supervision. I know Dimhaven is referring to Light, but it would be hilarious if there was a parody game where the same name and everyone in town was an idiot. Something like your character is really stupid, yet still somehow the town's people are even more dumb. Dimhaven is what I call this stream.
I won't get through here.
Great. Oh, right, Scott, thank you. Forgot about that.
This for Zach when I was a kid. He used to write this on little notes when we played treasure hunt. It was our thing. There was usually a bar of chocolate at the end. I can't believe he kept it.
It's probably a color coding, BAT, HUNT. No, that doesn't help me at all. Oh, come on. Is that a fucking... Must be a clue of some sort.
Not bad.
Well, nope. I see that there's a coat hook I'm supposed to pull down. I don't even know where that... Tell me one thing. Does that relate to the guitar? It looks like it, like tablature. No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. That didn't do anything. That's great. Okay. So none of these matter. These ones up here don't matter. Just close those right now. It's just the bottom drawers and cupboards. And the side ones do. So the side ones do matter. Oh, fuck off. I was wondering why you could open all of these. Random? Okay, random it is. Here we go.
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions.
Why did I turn those on? I don't know. Are the champions? Well, I mean, it would help if I knew if 1 and 0 meant open and closed, or if which one meant which. I mean, I'm only guessing that 0 means open because it looks like an O. One is open, okay. Oh my fucking god, dude. Where I've never done one of these. I don't know. I don't even know where to start from. Okay. Yeah, I know, work back from the top. I got it, but like... How do we know this one is the one though? I don't know even where to start. Like, cause it has to be. It has to be a one. Because it works. Okay. Well, that's no good. The fuck? One. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
When it's over.
Thank
so
you,
they say,
Alt
"It'll rain a
007.
sunshine." I know, shining down like water. I want to know.
And then, have you ever seen the rain? Thank you all. Thank you for the bits and the gift sub there. Very clever usage, if I do say so myself. Okay. Not two. There's no two. No, 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 no. Okay, so we know that's a one. Okay, so the ones leading into it are one as well. Because in order for it to be a one, these ones also have to be one. Okay. Now, in order for this one to be a one, this and this have to come out to one. Yeah, both of these have to be one as well. In order to get that, oh, no, 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 no. The line has to be a one, not the node. Okay. So, in order to get a one coming out, it has to be 1, 0. Yep. It has to be a 1 and a 0. And this just changes whatever it is. Okay, so we can suss out what this one is. One and a 0. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, it can be 1001. Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. So we said one is open, 0 is closed for the drawers, right? Yeah, so the first set of drawer, the drawer cupboard set has to be opposite of each other. So whether it's open or closed, they're opposite. This fucking takes for this is gonna take for fucking ever, man. It's not that hard. Maybe not for you, Covirian. I love it when people say, it's not that hard. Yeah, with your fucking brain, it's probably not. And your experience. No, if I could do it tediously, I would do it. I just don't know how to do it tediously. So this has to be 0-1 or 1-0. 0-1 or 1-0. In order for this one to result in a 1, also has to be 1-0. Okay, so this drawer and this have to be opposite each other. No, this one has to be 0 to change to a 1.
Whoop whoop. No. This does not have to be 0. Oh my fucking god. I don't want to do this, man. I don't want to do logic gates, man. I've never done one of these before. I don't know like Hold on.
1 makes 1. Okay. So this has to be... Oh, a 0 and a 1. You can't... This is fucking... Look how many things I would have to brute force, man. I don't want to fucking be here all day, dude. Okay, so this one has to be a 1. Because it leads into a 1 right here. Because this has to be 1 too. This guy has to be 1. Has to result in a 1. Because 1, 1 is the only way you get 1, right? Okay. And then you get, when you get to these fucking guys. And the tool fucking sucks. The fucking sketch tool just sucks. It doesn't even... Look at this. When I try and draw a fucking straight line, look what it does. Okay, hold on. A bad example, bad example, bad example. That's what it does. I can draw it real, like if I draw it real fast, fine. But if I draw it slow, it goes dot, 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 dots. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. This is not something that's fun. I would spend hours on it. I don't want to do it. Is there like there's a hint system, right? I thought there was a hint system in the game. Yeah. You have the solution image? Okay. Go ahead, post it. Thanks, Pete. I don't want a hint. I just want the solution, man. I don't want to do this fucking bullshit. Wait, does this have to be open too? I didn't think that was a part of it. Yep, I'm gonna skip that. I'm gonna skip that one.
No, 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 no! Shit. Okay. I guess there's only one way to go.
Yeah, and these are gonna be important too. CI and all that stuff. Okay. As soon as we got here, we're gonna call it fuck logic. Fuck logic gates. Save. All right. Because it keeps running in the background, so. All right, we're going to watch the newest Last Week in Zeke that's got made. It is more indies.
All right, unemployment simulator.
More indies. Let's watch the newest Last Week in Zeke. Because I have not seen it yet. Scott works really hard on these. This one is called Best Indie Games of 2026 Part 5. Yeah, 2026. Sure, why not? Oh, this one is 2026. Look. Yeah, okay.
All right, unemployment simulator. Endure emotional pain and societal pressure. Stay entertained, survive the routine, and become the hero of your studio apartment. Battle inner demons, hide skeletons in the closet.
I actually
and
like
most
this one.
importantly, keep the bathroom clean. You're unemployed. Survive and progress by completing all your daily tasks. Keep mindful of your dopamine levels and other statistics to avoid dying of boredom. Press escape to check controls. Good luck. Dear sir, this reminder that, wait, what? Now hold on a second. I want to read the letter again.
You can't. You're anxious. You're too anxious.
Press P to check phone. Message from the unemployment office. Plus 25 anxiety, minus 15 dopamine. Boredom level critical.
You died from anxiety overdose.
That helped.
Yep.
Jerking off helped.
It does. Just sitting down.
Dude, get up. Dude, get up. Get up.
Just sadly sitting on his bed.
A message from social welfare office. Uh-oh. Plus, oh no. Hold on. I need dopamine. I need dopamine bad. There you go. Okay, more dopamine, please. I'm bored with that. Oh shit. Let's watch a YouTube video
of bees fucking.
Fuck off! Congratulations, you made it through the day. You can go to sleep now.
And
I
you
have a
have
dream where my teeth are falling out.
Yep, anxiety dreams where your
Very
teeth fall
common
out.
nightmare. Day 3. You are a disgusting monster. No one loves you. Try to avoid the mirror. Good luck.
Fucking too real, dude. Yep, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go.
Nope. You feel melancholic today. Crying helps. Good luck. Oh, that was my laundry. Hold on. Let me grab my laundry real quick. There we go. Cry on my laundry.
So true.
A portal has appeared. Let's just go in there, I guess. Oh, fucking, oh no. What did we do? This was a bad idea. Ah! All right, Umigari is a first-person harpoon fishing game set in the foggy waters off the coast of Japan. Hunt
I
fish
actually
with your
finished
harpoon,
this
sell your
game on
catch,
my
buy
own
fuel,
time.
and upgrade your gear
Umigari.
alone at sea. The more you explore, the stranger the fish become.
About hunting. What is wrong with this guy? Jesus Christ. He's seen things you people wouldn't believe. God damn it. I didn't see any breath either. Is there no like... Do I not breathe oxygen? Nope. Or that happens. Yep. Sure. Just get teleported back to the boat. Wait till you see the other fish. No, you can nail them from pretty far away. Oh my God, it has human fingers. Oh my God. Yeah, wait. It's worth $3,000, but it has human fucking fingers. It gets better. Oh, nice. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate everything. Oh, here's where it gets weirder. Did you put this on TikTok? I think it would do really well on TikTok there, Scott. I think FMV, and it looks, you know, it looks like a game of all time. All right, that was a good game. Moving on. This piece of shit will not allow you to quit. Oh my God. This is up there for the worst FMVs of all time.
What's up? Welcome to the extras. You might say those are pretty cool extras, and I agree with you. Look at them. Don't look at.
Hey, dude. I mean, honestly, say what you want about this guy, but this guy made a game and put it on Steam, and that counts for something.
Hello, Michelle.
Something.
How are you doing? It's me, Noah.
Yeah, I think this might be the one where everybody in the audience started shitboxing themselves.
Me, I'm ready for you, Michelle. Let me look pretty just for you. I'm ready, Michelle. Let me take a picture of you. Do you mind if I take a quick snapshot of your
Yeah, don't redo any takes, please.
Okay. Maybe me and my group of friends could come by your house.
I take back
one day and
my
like,
game comment about how he made a game and put it on Steam.
Take some
You don't
videos
have to
and
give him credit for
pictures.
that. No, it doesn't count for anything.
Come with.
Is there going to be any time that I click the buttons or anything? You think? This is proof that letting you guys have any sort of say in what games get played is a mistake and has been a mistake. Yep.
Oh, what's that?
Are we getting to the plot now? It's a fucking DVD case. Oh my God.
Oh gosh.
This might be the lowest effort. Okay, what do you guys think? Is this the lowest effort game that you've ever seen? This might be the lowest effort game I've ever seen.
So, this is the bathroom.
No, bathroom. It's a joke, don't you get it? Bathroom. Bathroom.
Meh. You young
Am I dead?
people with
Am I
your
dead? I think I'm dead. I think I may have died and I'm in purgatory. I think this is the trial. This is the trial for purgatory that I have been. This is my punishment for all the bad shit I did in my life.
Gambling.
Oh, we made it. Oh, we made it. Ooh, that was rough. That was rough. We made it. 25 minutes we made it. That's okay. Okay. That's my limit. That's my limit. That's as long as I can last. 25 minutes.
I was gifted a sub and I still want a refund. That was a great comment. Oh my God. All right, there it is. The newest Last Week in Zeke. Thank you so much, Scott, for making those. I appreciate you. Oh, and there's an update for Dimhaven. What is the update? I wonder what the update is. Maybe just fixing a bug. They didn't put it. Usually they'll put like a thing there, but probably just a bug fix. Yeah, I'd imagine. Okay. We'll get back to that in just a second. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Yeah, reverse progress for anyone who cheated on that fucking logic gate puzzle. Fuck you. Fuck you and fuck that. Oh, I hated it. I didn't want to do it. That would have taken me hours. Okay, here we are. Oh, there's a handle that goes there or something.
What is this place?
Oscar discovered that the writing symbols of the Velati are basically simplified Veladan runes. This means that their entire written language was based on the symbols from the artifact. Voltacrest's machine works. The arc activated. Dimming. I saw the symbol in my head. We simulated a solar eclipse. Was Oscar right? Most of his stuff around here suddenly makes sense. It wasn't just me. Everyone else on the island saw the symbols. I don't know what to think.
What? The dimming is real?
You saw the changelog and they added a special thanks to Ko in the credits. I'm sure they did. I mean, I would. Fuck. He was streaming this to, 10,000 people, man. Give me Co. All right, you got Co. Here you go.
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
There you go. Okay. It appears as though I'm missing stuff for this puzzle. Something to put on those hangers or whatever.
These look like old wax recordings.
Time. Time. I will show you the sequence one more. Before you get started, make sure that all lights are...
Not gonna work.
Oscar, are you listening? Off, and the levers are set to the upright position.
All right, so 10, 7, 2.
Oscar, are you listening? Before you get started, make sure that all lights are off and the levers are set to the upright position.
Oh, wait.
Oscar, are you listening? Before you get started, make sure that all lights are off and the levers are set to the upright position. I will show you the sequence one more time.
Oh, fuck off. I gotta go ting, ping, twang again?
I will show you the sequence one more time.
Click. Oh my god. Dude, come on now. That's too fast. Oh, can I slow it down?
I will show.
Oh, that's just stops it. Okay.
I will show you the sequence one more time.
God
I
damn
will
it,
show
dude.
you the sequence one more time.
One more time.
I will show you the sequence one more time.
Click, switch, thunk, switch. Oh. Thunk. Click. I fucking, oh my god, are you kidding me with this? All right, let's try 5911.
Too big. Oh.
I hate you guys so fucking much. Sometimes I hate you so much. Fucking no clue, dude. All right. Okay, that's the switch. Or that's click. That's switch. What? Is that a fucking card reader? Oh, hold on, there is. Get out of here. Uh, 6 and 2. No, not you.
I will show you the sequence one more time.
What the fuck, dude?
I will show you the sequence one more time.
Okay.
I will show you the sequence one more time.
Click, thunk, a chunk, thunk.
No, turn it topwise, you idiot. Topwise.
Topwise!
I will show you the sequence one more time.
I did. I screenshotted it. I did. Oh, I didn't do it. Hold on. I could do it with the Steam. I forgot I could do it with Steam.
I will show you the sequence
One more time. There we go. Oh, damn it. Okay. It said, make sure it was 10-7. Oh, just 10-7?
Oscar, are you listening? Before you get started, make sure that all,
All lights are off
and the levers are set to the upright position.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Okay. Up. All lights are off. So that's not a lever then. Okay, that's not a lever. One more time, but Daft Punk. Thank you, Vincent, for giving us up to one more time. Moggy Zero with 65 months. Appreciate that. Burp Rage with 61 before that. Click. Oh, that is click. That's thunk. Okay. So click, thunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, thunk chick. Nope, that's ka-chunk. Wait. These are the same noises. Okay. So we go click, thunk, ka-chunk, thunk chick, ka-chunk clunk, ka-chunk, clack. Clack!
There we go.
Been away for a minute. Good to see you.
I know, sit in the chair. I know. I was adding to the fucking suspense. Thank you, 314X with 5 months. Appreciate that. Seven puzzles per room, but you do them one at a time. That's awesome. That's fucking wonderful. already took a picture of that. Four shall follow, but only one shall dream. God, can't afford any fucking lights in this place? You got one desk lamp and that's it, huh? The Velati believe that the solar eclipse known to them as the dimming was caused by the Earth and the Sun orbiting the Moon. They developed a selenocentric model, which was later found to be unreliable for eclipse prediction. The star represents a 7-year forward cycle of the Earth around the Moon. The Velati believe the Sun to move in the opposite direction at twice the speed. Oh, the masks I found in the fucking living room.
I've never seen a mask like this before.
That one is the sun. The cargo cable car is still loaded with these. Care to bring them in? Yeah, no, I agree with the blueprints thing. Like, it could have used the screenshots, and being able to hold them up while you're looking at a puzzle is fucking revolutionary, apparently. Oh, fuck. A little algebra, eh?
Oscar's writings say that the four symbols the Velati interpreted as gods are actually a sentence. A question, to be exact. Maybe even an invitation. A question needs to be answered. An invitation? Invitation to where? They're gods, they're runes. So the first known culture on the planet was based on a sentence that came from the Ark. Is this where civilization began? We made another try with Charles' machine. We're bothering people. What are we doing?
What did you get yourself into?
The game is excellent. It's just really, like, you know, takes a lot of brain. And sometimes I can't brain.
Without a key.
Sometimes brain don't work good. And also, like, this suffers from, like, you know, 10 puzzles in a room, and I don't know which one to, like, is next in sequence, or if I have all the pieces for the shit. Like, that's the problem with games like this. It's really fun to do, but you kind of struggle for, like, oh, it's not the same. Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub to 1 int. 1 intelligence, that's me. Mr. 1 int. Show off. I have animal intelligence, as it were. Sometimes you're your own grandpa. I did do the nasty and the pasty. Thank you, Pete. So I have the sun, and it looks like there's a symbol there. Yeah, that symbol's not even here. Which symbol? This one. The middle guy, this guy. That I'm assuming represents the mask I have, which is the sun. fuck did I get that? I don't remember ever getting that. Pete. Tell me where I'm supposed to be right now, so we can keep this moving, so I don't just wander around. Pillar room? Okay. Oh, I plus the mask plus the stone. Okay. Oh, I'm on the right thing. Maybe. So we got the eye on it. We got the mask, which is the sun. And then we got that, right? Oh, you gotta do them in sequence then? But fuck, man.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Old brass key. That needs a lever. I didn't even notice that until just now. I honestly, I don't even remember a place that was locked that was in either this or upstairs. Show me something locked. Oh, this. This was, oh no. No, it wasn't. Okay. Oh, this was locked. There we go. Oh, fuck you.
Interesting.
Dear Mr. Ravenstone, you have piqued my curiosity once again. The university's decision to cut your funding is most unfortunate. I do find the potential in such a discovery impossible to ignore. In fact, I've already purchased the land in question to avoid any unnecessary complications. We shall depart by ship within the week. Your friend, Kalman Vosh. Do you have a favorite Warhammer lore? No, I don't. I didn't get it much into Warhammer. Well, at the very least, they don't tell you that all of this is important. That's nice. Might be, though. That's... I didn't think about that. There we go.
Another strange mask.
Yeah. And that's the moon mask.
Dad told me he went crazy, but wow. Or no, that's not the moon mask. That's the Earth mask. Yeah, so the Earth and the sun go around the moon. I don't need this clue anymore? Okay, I thought I had to do, like, the moon following the...
Like, this is the Earth and this is the sun, right? But that's the thing, like, I don't know if do I need to repeat the sequence from this and do it with the sun? Or do it with the Earth? Yeah, I did ask for help there. Believe the sun to move the opposite direction at twice the speed. Okay. Nope. So, you want Cold Carnage, please? Okay, I don't know. We have like 7 of them. I'll just give you this one.
Hi, my name is Carnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
There you go. So, okay, if that's the sun, then the Earth would be 1, 2. I mean, be right there, but. No. No, it looks like I'm a few mass short, but that's the thing, like, I guess I'm not. I'm not understanding this fucking clue at all. The Earth and the Sun orbiting the Moon. They developed this selenocentric model, which means the Moon is in the middle, which later found out to be unreliable, blah, blah. The star represents the 7-year forward cycle of the Earth around the Moon. The Velati believe the sun to move in the opposite direction at twice the speed. Okay, so, I mean, look. God damn it. If that star, if the star is pointing at the sun, which is what this is, then the moon would be 2 2 points and then right here. If it's supposedly like the image. I'm not like twigging on what the idea for this is. And like, I want to use this clue. It seems like that, like this is what I'm picturing in my head. That you start with this, and then you put the sun in the position that is on the thing. And then you move the sun, or you move the sun, and then the earth goes twice as fast around. But you said I'm done with this clue. No. Oh, okay. Okay, so if that's the starting position, that's where the mast needs to be. Then you move this guy 2 to the left. And this one. Twice the speed of the Earth. So yeah, I'm missing something, dude. I'm definitely missing something. I have everything I need, but I'm not getting a fucking explanation from the world here. I didn't get this. Whatever that is. The dreamer stood tall facing the moon. To his right, the earth. To his left, the sun. 16 more years shall we wait. Come morning, the moon swallows the sun. Eclipse. Find the end and press the moon. The eye opens when we see what it sees.
I am ready? Ready for what?
Okay, so there's that and there's that. Okay. To his right, the earth. To his left, the sun. To his right, the earth. To his left, the sun. See, I did need that clue. I did need that clue. You're also gonna need these nuts. Oh, fuck you. Not another one of these. God damn it. Ah, you fucking bastards. You fucking piece of shit. Don't make me do another one of these. Oh, and now I'm back outside again. Okay.
Not gonna open without a key.
Yeah, okay. Do I just gotta do it the same way? There's no fucking way I have to do it the same exact way, even though it's labeled B. Yeah, there's a phone booth, but I need a phone card in order to use the phone. Oh, I have 14 of them. Holy shit balls. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Ah. Same problem. Yep. Fucking hell. Nope. Ah! I did it! Ah! Oh, this side's coming up. Right? Yeah, there we go. The fucking phone
I
card.
can finally call Charles.
Oh my god, there's so many phone numbers to call. Six 83484.
Please dial the requested extension after the beep.
No! No, God damn it, no. No, it's in my fucking inventory. 6728384. Well, I thought I did.
Please dial the requested extension after the beep.
Yes, Charles Bennett here.
Ah, it's you?
Miss Ravenstone. I assume it is too late to tell you to
So
stop
that was
again.
the guy we saw was Charles then.
It's time you started talking. I know about your work with Zach. I know about the Balaton. I know about Project Lost Source.
Ocean Chief, thank you
Answer
for the
me,
26
you
months, by the
coward.
way. Sorry.
Where is Zach?
Very well. There is no reason for secrecy anymore. It is time we spoke in person.
Why would I trust you?
You have all the reasons not to, but I suspect you will come anyway. There is a Voltacrest storage container built behind the Raven Nest. You can reach it from the floor above your uncle's balcony. The code is 129845. You'll find an access card there. Use it. I will be waiting for you.
Okay, 781-331.
You called Wayne and Wayne. We appreciate the call, but we are currently out of office.
Okay. Gold Guard.
Thanks for calling Gold Guard Customer Line. We are currently closed. If your phone survives until then, please try again during business hours.
Okay. Next. 3. Moratti.
Tom's Design. We are closed.
Okay. Oh, that's 834. Oh, that's the same one. That's I was calling Voltacrest Services. Okay. Let's call Funny Phone. Or not, I guess. Okay. Fine. Oh. Okay. So the sun and the earth. Okay. 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 So that one goes there. And then we have to do the fucking weight problem. I have a weight problem. He did say above the balcony, right? Like up there? So, okay, answer me this. Do I have to figure this puzzle out before I go? Before I do what the guy said? I do? Okay, okay. 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 So the heaviest one is that guy. Yeah, this guy. That's heaviest. Okay. And then second heaviest would be that guy and that guy. The round guy. Oh, I thought there was 290s. There's not 290s. Oh, so he's 90, 100, 90, 60. Oh, I put, fuck, I don't know why I said 90 for that one. Okay. 190, 60, which is this guy. $190, 60, 40, and 30. Okay. Okay. So that's them in weight order. Okay. CB equals A. So A is either 100 or 90. I think it's 90. Okay. Okay. Yep, okay. A is 90. So the middle one is 90, and 90 is this guy. Okay. C is 30. Okay, you're already in the right spot. E is 40, you're in the right spot. B is 60. So 60 is that guy. I got it. There we go. Oh, there's more of them. Oh, goody.
More wax cylinders.
Great. Oh, and that's the... God damn it. Where did I write that shit? Fuck's sake. Oh yeah, I think it's supposed to remind you of Mist, honestly. One, 2, 9, 8, 4, 5. Access card.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Shit. There we go. Well, I wanted to use those wax cylinders, but I guess I don't need them yet.
What is this place?
To my descendant. 100 years ago, I entrusted this capsule to the future. Should it survive the century, I hope the name Vosh still carries with it the hunger for discovery I was condemned to abandon. Many years ago, on Dimhaven, beneath the mountain upon which the Raven Nest now stands, my friend Oscar Ravenstone and I uncovered an object beyond all reasonable explanation. Though we pursued the same mystery, we were drawn to it for different reasons. Where I saw potential and glory, Oscar saw beauty and meaning I never really understood. In time, the obsession took hold of us both. Our greatest pursuit ended in a second. I murdered him. On the verge of a breakthrough, with a flash of light, my malfunctioning machine took my dearest friend. This capsule contains my research and the path leading to it, in hopes that your age is better suited to understand what we couldn't. It was my obsession that killed Oscar, not the Ark. Use such knowledge wisely, and do not make the mistake I made. Kalman Vosh.
I murdered him. On the verge of a breakthrough, with a flash of light, my malfunctioning machine took my dearest friend. This capsule contains my research and the path leading to it in hopes your age is better suited to understand what we couldn't. Okay. Ah. I know where that goes. Oh, I know where that goes too. Oh, it's not open though. Jesus, how much more shit are they gonna give me? Oh, fuck.
Miss Ravenstone.
Where the fuck did you appear
I hope
from?
the ride didn't upset your stomach too much. As you probably figured out by now, this was once Kalman Vosh's office.
This is no office. It's a shrine.
You say that as though admiration was a flaw. You see, blood is a bond. A contract, if you will. Your uncle understood that. Kalman Vosh was my forefather.
You talk about blood like it excuses everything. You lied to me about Zach.
I apologize. At the time, that seemed like the most useful approach.
Ah. Useful for who?
For everyone.
I'm just here to find my uncle. Tell me where he is.
If I knew that, Miss Ravenstone, neither of us would be standing here. I'm afraid we used every means at our disposal trying to find him.
You're lying. Tell me where he is.
You see, misinformation is a tool of the desperate. The United Government is downplaying the energy shortage. Humanity is dancing on the edge, whether it realizes it or not. It is a secret known by very few. I hope I'm not gonna regret sharing this information with you.
I'm not gonna.
You see, 100 years ago, Vosh discovered the solution to a problem that didn't exist yet. He found out that the Ark is an inexhaustible source of clean energy. Oscar was the key to accessing it. His vanishing broke not just Kalman, but with him the very path of humanity's development. And now, we are running out of time.
Thank you, Scott.
You're blaming Oscar for getting blown up.
I believe Oscar's vanishing was not an accident. Vosh, of course, thought it was, but he wasn't responsible.
Based on what?
Your uncle, what we named Project Lost Source, was born out of both our families' legacies. We are bound to finish what Kalman Vosh and Oscar Ravenstone started. Through the research I inherited, I picked up the work where Vosh left it. Your uncle did the same, following Oscar's path.
Yes, Gasdog.
At the time, Vosh thought they were manipulating the artifact, but the artifact was changing them as well. Oscar especially. I saw the same madness Vosh described starting to consume your uncle.
What happened to him?
We were in great need of your uncle's work, but the closer he got to figuring out the opening sequence, his focus began drifting toward increasingly abstract ideas. Eventually, he became delusional and paranoid. He destroyed the results of his own research, the research that could have saved us.
He destroyed the results?
Yes, both his recordings and his lab.
What's your plan now?
With the enhanced Eclipse machine and the Valaton sequence, we could unlock this artifact's power. This facility we have built here has only one purpose: to harness and store the energy emitted from the Ark. The machine's storage capacity alone is enough to sustain humanity for a decade. The only thing we need is the sequence. It looks like Oscar's and your uncle's legacy and the responsibility that comes with it is now yours to bear.
And what do you expect me to do exactly?
You are being ignorant, Miss Ravenstone. Your uncle understood the importance of our work.
He was here to find out what happened to Oscar, not to get involved with this.
This was his personal motivation, yes. After some time working together, he saw the bigger picture. We had our differences, but we earned each other's respect. Before he lost himself, I even considered him a friend.
What do you want me to do?
If you help finish what he started, that could also help us in finding out what happened to him. Continue your uncle's work and finish the opening sequence. Help me ensure that his efforts were not for nothing. Help us save humanity. Here is the key to his lab. I hope you'll find something we missed.
Yo, Katie with a raid, 69 people. Nice, nice raid. That is a nice raid. All right, I'm out of here. See ya. Take a shit though. God damn. No fucking bathroom open in this place? no, that's not his office. I don't know where his fucking office is. I just realized. Yeah, no idea. Oh, the music and painting room. Okay. So it is downstairs.
What am I missing?
Ah, okay. There we go. Ah, shit. Too much? Alright. Went down too much. Nope. Need 500 less. I'm just gonna trial and error this shit. I don't give a fuck. Wait. There we go. We got it. There we go. Yep. Everything kicked on. Nope, not that way. Not this way. You really dim my haven. All right, Tidy Lurker, you bet. Nope. There it is. Bingers. Dealer's choice?
You dumbass, Nick.
There you go. You dumbass berserker rage. Maybe I should have done that before reading. There we go.
Based on the resonance emitted by the artifact during the dimming, Oscar suspected that each Velotan symbol is actually the Ark's visualization of its own waveforms. Each symbol could be recreated by merging 3 specific audio frequencies together. To be able to construct new Velotan symbols, he asked Vosh to start working out a Velotan visualization method. A way to answer its song, as he called it.
When the dimming comes, it will ask me, and I'll know the answer. I will see its magnificence. Ow.
Oops.
Where's the... Out there. There we go. Thank you, M for Bada with 82 months. Appreciate that. No, 12 is broken. 4, 9, and 8 is broken as well. Yeah, no, I saw that. Oh, there we go.
Am I going crazy?
No, you're not. 5, 11, 14. Well, all the shit's out of my inventory now. That's nice. The noisemaker thing was upstairs. This thing. Oh, fuck. I don't fucking... What the fuck? Ah, fuck. All right. What the fuck am I missing? Press OK. There's no OK. Oh, I missed something in the office? Okay. Oh, it is Bat Hunt.
Bat Hunt? Really? Zach used to hide clues that could only be seen with all the lights off. Did you leave me something here? I should darken this room and look around.
Oh. I can't. Oh, there we go. Can I use this to break shit? I can't take it. Moving that back one.
Yes! I knew it! Zach, you are a genius.
Start messing with the power, miss. We are setting up the machine. We can't have lights going on at all.
Wow.
No, what are you doing? What is happening? There, fuck off. So everything closed except for D1, DI. The fuck? Okay, that one open. Okay, so we got B1 or B. Okay, tell me, is that open? It is? Okay, good. Okay. Okay, C1's closed. All right. So we got BC. Where the fuck is A? Is it? It was A. A isn't upstairs, is it? Maybe it is. Fucking god damn it. Where's A, god damn it? Oh, hi, fucker. Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, it's... Oh, was it the fucking stairs one? I was thinking of the different stairs. That's right, I forgot the secret fucking thing. This thing had a marking on it. Yep, there it is. So now A, B, and C are closed. D is open. KV. KV's by the stairs. It's right here. KV. Oh, okay. Oh, B is not closed? C is closed. Oh. That's right, I had to open it to get through there. B is now closed. Aha! Ah, shit! Now I know that this thing is the mask thing. This right here. my god, the fucking cabinets again? Do I have to...
Beep beep boop.
Do I have to look in them or just regard that they're ones or zeros? Like, there's two things in there. Okay. So, two. In that drawer. What the fuck? It's the one drawer, that drawer, and then this drawer right here. It's this drawer. Oh. Oh. Two. So hold on a second. Oh, 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 oh. Well, okay, hold on. Sorry to do this, but like, there's a 2 right there. But where's the number for this guy? Oh, C2, I just noticed that. Ah, 4, there we go. Okay. So 2. Two, 4. $11. There it is, 11. So it's 1124. Okay. 1124. And then the masks. I gotta close this again. Don't let me forget to close that. Well, it has to be 4 numbers. They have to be 4 numbers each. And this is only 1, 2, 3 numbers. So that makes sense. 1, 1, 2, and 4. then this, wait a minute. Because this is the first 4 digits go here, and the second 4 digits go here. Although I don't know where there's an A2. I would like to find that plaque. Why not 1124? Or why that? Because that's where I found it. I found the 11 here. I found the 2 on the other side of this drawer. And then the 4 I found the other side of this door. Not quite? Oh, fuck me, dude. Yeah, you weren't counting forks? Yeah. Okay. So this is the cabinet. That one right there. And it says 1-1. Maybe it's just 1? I don't know. I didn't see another number anywhere. How the fuck do I turn this fucker off? I don't know if that's even the fucking key here. I mean, it seems like it might be. If I turn off all the lights, maybe it'll appear. But also, why is there fucking numbers there and there? And like nowhere else? There's a 6 right there, I guess. Okay, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And this would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14. So this would be 3 then. So the second digit would be 3. Six, 7, 8. That would be 8. The third digit would be 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 3, 3, 8. Okay. All right. I get it. That sort of makes sense. All right. So now we can close this. Hey, one arm paper hammer, thank you for the 49 months. Okay, so 1. Okay.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
I don't know what it wants. What information does it want? The back of the mask? Oh my God, I didn't even know. I didn't take a picture of this. I didn't even know this was there. This is A2. That's what I was looking for, that plaque. Okay. So it goes... No, I didn't close this door. Yeah, I would have never found this. I would have never, ever found this. Close the door and look in the back of it. Never would have seen it. Didn't even see this. All right. So mirror image it. 1. 2. So, okay. So if the mirror image is correct, then it's 5, 4, 7, 3. Let's go find out. Oh, fucking gotta close the door. Shit. Gotta close the door. Ben's giving a sub to 99 bottles of beer on the wall. All right, door's closed. What, are you raising the barn? Door's closed. Okay. All right, now to see if we're right. Oh. Nope. There we go. 138. 1338. 1. God damn it, dude.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
God damn it. Uh, 5473. Oh, what the fuck, dude?
There we go.
Oh, Quern! Hey, look, it's a game card for Quern. Look at that. That's cool. Nice reference.
Emily, if you're hearing this, that means I failed to convince Charles to listen to me. Charles is a good man. He isn't driven by greed or ambition, but a legacy. A responsibility he never really chose. Living up to Vosh became more important to him than finding out the truth, or accepting that he might have been wrong. The Ark is not a machine. You can't let him answer the Ark or enter the sequence, as he calls it. He never understood it, and if you're here, I'm afraid he probably never will. Not like Oscar or I did. He wants to save the world, but if he connects his device to the Ark, the consequences could be catastrophic. He'll probably ask you to assist him. I know it sounds crazy, but this is exactly what you must do. Finish the answer. But when the moment comes, you must be the one to activate the transmitter.
Okay.
Everything depends on it.
Okay.
Okay. I trust you, Zach.
No, that shit's upstairs, right?
Ah, Miss Ravenstone. I'm glad you decided to help us.
I'm here to save Zach, not to help you.
Now, no need to be hostile, Miss Ravenstone. Believe it or not, we are on the same side.
What
What's with all the guards?
No need to be alarmed. They are merely here for your protection. The Eclipse simulation machine is all set. We'll be ready to go once you input the Valaton sequence.
Right. Thanks.
Oh, I think I did. Maybe. Nope, I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. Equip item. Put corn in. Oh my god, do I gotta put it? No, I... No fucking way. I don't have to put corn in, do I? Into the video game thing? Eric command, thank you for 26 months. I played corn, I liked it. I left an item behind? Oh, no.
A new Zadbox console? Still gaming, huh?
I don't really have to do this, do I? I do? Oh, fucking fuck. Okay, no, normally I'd be happy, but I want to finish this game before the day's done. It's short? Okay. Oh. Apologize for trapping you in this island and hopes you will cooperate in an essential manner. Okay. So, base it in. And there we go. Okay. Yeah, they're the same devs, yes. Oh, did I just take a picture? I didn't even whip out the camera. Oh, it just did it. Oh, okay. Oh, what item did I leave behind? Oh, not these.
Not gonna work.
No, okay, not those. Oh, did I leave something in the stash? In the wall stash? That's weird. Oh, I never even picked it up? Sheesh. Yeah, really easy to miss. Oh my God. That doesn't look right either. 775284. I know the decimals matter. Yeah, I know. 7.7, 5.2, 8.4. It's exactly what it is in the fucking thing. 7.7, 5.2, 8.4. I'm just not putting them in right. That's not right either. No, I'm looking at the middle symbol. That's what I'm doing. It's supposed to look like that. But it doesn't. Nope. Not even close. So it's not, that one is already solved. Oh, you got to do the middle one, the glitched one? It's close, but it has to be more circles on the right-hand side. Okay. Okay, 2.4. That looks sort of right. I mean, that looks sort of right. And then that one, what is that number? Is that a 3? 3 or 8? 3, okay. That looks good to me. Okay. Okay, 5.0, 2.4, and 8.3. Are these correct? This right here. They're not correct. Okay. Oh my God. So I have to solve the first one. $5.11.14. That's the first one. So I have to match the symbol on, okay. This, I have to match that. By just fucking spinning them? Oh, fuck off, dude. And I can't keep the photo up next to it. Can I? Yeah, just give me the fucking numbers, dude. I don't want to look for it. Yeah, just give me the numbers. I figured it out. Yeah. I don't want to fiddle with the shit all day. There. That puzzle sucks. That's not it. I mean, it's fairly close. It's just there's the middle part that needs to be. There, that looks more like it. Yeah, that looks a lot more like it, yeah. So someone said they allow you a variance a little bit. Okay. All right. I still don't know what the fuck to do with this. Oh, I've got to put him. Oh, fuck me. Okay. So I can do decimal points. 5.0. Nope. There we go. Okay, 2.4. .3. Oh shit. Wrong order. Fuck. All right, 7.7 is which one? The one that starts with 7.7 is the third. Okay, 5.0 is the second. And then 5.5 is the first. Okay. This one is O. 4. 3. 7. 2.
The sequence is all set.
I apologize, Miss Ravenstone. Before you judge me too harshly, I must say I have great respect for your family and all the sacrifices you've had to make for our cause.
All right. It's ready.
Humanity will be grateful for your contribution.
What is happening? No! Oh my god.
Hey, Baba. I did it! Everybody's dead! Okay, now I can go home. No, I gotta interact with the singularity. Trippy.
What is this place? Zach?
Emily, is that you?
Zach! You're alive! Or am I dead? Oh, God, we're both dead, right?
Don't worry. We're all right. I knew you were gonna make it. It says the last one's arrived.
You understand that thing?
Yes. And that thing can also understand you.
What is it?
I don't know exactly, but... it says it will take one of us.
What? Take who?
Take these!
Zach!
Did you just grab his dick?
Were you in there the whole time?
What do you mean the whole time?
For
no. Okay.
6 months?
It felt like... well, I don't know how long it felt. Time flies in good company.
Yo!
I had a rather pleasant conversation with the most peculiar individual. Vosh! How is this possible?
I saw that, Hindi, yeah.
Someone else has to save the world now. I suppose Oscar chose to go with it.
Kelman Vosh? How did you... Oscar? Oscar's also alive?
Yes, right inside the Ark. He wasn't lost in there. He found precisely what he hoped to find. He chose the Ark, and the Ark chose him.
The Dreamer.
The Dreamer? From the prophecy? So the Volati legend was true?
Not necessarily. If the prophecy existed, that means the purpose of the artifact was passed through to the ancient Valati somehow.
But the Ark wasn't just part of the Volati mythology. It was the very origin of their culture.
You suggest the Ark created civilization intentionally?
And the information survived for tens of thousands of years? How?
The dimming. Maybe it wasn't just a calling or a question. Maybe it was also a reminder. The message was forgotten. But for Oscar, it was impossible to ignore.
It makes me wonder, was humanity a mere egg that hatched Oscar? Yes. But what's left of an egg after it hatches is useless. How poetic.
Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, the batteries. They are full.
A gift?
A reward. Do remind me, who are you all again? Charles tempted me with one of their flying machines, but I always wanted to try this balloon. Such a good fellow, my great-grandson, is he not?
Sure.
1984, huh? I wonder what has changed.
A lot.
So, what's next? Oh, how about we visit that jungle temple in Tiru?
No, let's go visit the great and powerful
I
Oz.
think I'm done with adventures.
You're kidding.
The Simpsons did it.
Of course I am. Tiru sounds perfect.
Ha ha. Oh, I missed you, Zach. It's good to have you back.
I missed you too, Em.
Oh, we should definitely call Dad.
I had a friend who was working on a serum for eternal life. Great alchemist. I wonder if he's still alive.
Game number 2.
Eternal life?
Oh, yes. There have been many attempts throughout history. Mostly unsuccessful, naturally. But Mr. Wagner was quite a talented...
Vincent giving us up to There's No Place Like Home. There's no place like home. That was good. There was a lot of really, really clever puzzles. Some like, you know, that logic gate thing, I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. That would have taken me half the fucking solving time of all the rest of the puzzles. If not the entire solving time of the rest of the puzzle. Yeah, the logic gate is not something I wanted to muddle through. I could have probably eventually, but I didn't want to do it, so I didn't. I love the logic gate. My studies in Polytechnic finally paid off. Yay! Maybe later. Good stuff. Good stuff. Autosave. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. And game. Okay. Oh, can I not skip this?
My husband used to work there.
I can't
They
skip
moved away
this.
just before they closed down the airport.
I want to take those pictures. I want to do the picture thing.
Oh, it was such a lovely place. Is it still?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I might do that on my own time then.
I hope it is.
Might be fun to do.
Why are you visiting now?
The picture scavenger hunt thing for the achievement.
He went missing.
And maybe the video game
I'm
thing.
so sorry to hear that. I hope you find him, young lady.
Because how many did I miss?
Dimhaven.
I missed
Get
2.
ready.
And I missed
Alright.
complete the photo challenge
Let's
and
do
finish
this.
level 1 of Jadehog without bug abusing. So those are the 2 I missed. I could go back and get those and be happy. Fuck that, do it now. Captain Magic Man. Alright, well, since we finished this, and we've already seen this cinematic, what we're gonna do tomorrow is we're gonna do Fears to Fathom. We're gonna check these out. Episode 1, 2, 3, and then go as far as we can, because I think they're relatively short. And we're gonna check out the series.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Are you co-oping with Scott? No, I'm co-oping with you, Pete. Did you get the memo? Oh, speaking of co-op, if anybody has Star Trek Bridge Crew,
Really?
we need players for Friday because Kiskalu's 100-month game.
Passport. I gotta find that.
I don't know if
code.
Kiskalu found people, but We definitely need volunteers if you have the game to play along with us. Oh, it's delisted? Bridge crew is delisted? No way. Is it for realsies?
Welcome to Dimhaven. Please complete our mandatory survey before proceeding to the visa office.
Okay, so you can't.
Oh no. That's terrible. Oh no. Please stand by for emergency assistance. Our emergency response team is highly trained and equipped to handle situations
Oh, that
like
sucks, dude.
like this. Oh no. No. Hold on a little longer.
Help is on the way.
All right.
There it is. Okay.
Welcome to Dimhaven. Please complete our mandatory survey before proceeding to the visa office. We are glad you enjoyed it. The following questions will evaluate your suitability to get a visa. Good. Interesting. Fine, I guess. Next question. There is a ship on the ocean. On the ship, Alfred has 9 apples. Barnabas has 5 less oranges than Alfred has apples. Charlie has half the amount of papayas than Denise has avocados. And Eugene has ship comes to 27.
Yeah, it requires a third-party account, Ubisoft
Consider your
account.
answer very carefully, as this question
Yeah, that
is
sucks,
crucial
dude.
in determining your eligibility for a visa
I don't know what we're gonna do.
Really?
Fine, I guess. Next question. Thank you for your feedback. Great. Please take your visa application ticket and continue through the gate to the visa office.
Oh, you can still play the delisted games. You just can't buy them, so we can't get any new players.
Don't forget your ticket at the gate.
Give it back. Okay.
Oh, they just rolled out a patch that broke it? Oh, fuck's sake, man. Oh, fuck, right. Shit. Oh my god. You know what? I'm not gonna do this. Not gonna do this. Yeah. I have to go through too many more puzzles and I don't know the answers to them, so we're gonna call it there, guys. All right. I will see you tomorrow, though. I'll be back tomorrow with Fears to Fathom. Gonna play a few episodes of that. I'm not sure how long. I think they're only an hour or two long a piece, right? By all accounts. Episodic shit, so let's do that. And I'll see you tomorrow. For now, I'm out of here.
Until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zecodia, This is me, Zeke, saying...
You're a cunt!
See ya, you fucker beat.